Thank you all. I would like to go ahead and open up and call our 1852 meeting to order at 3:45. And Abby will read the language under public content.
In order to help assure compliance with the Brown Act, and in order to make our board meetings more effective and more efficient, trustees will speak only when recognized, and trustees who speak on a topic other than the agenda item currently under consideration will be out of order. Board meeting protocols. The safety and decorum of school board meetings are important to Stockton Unified School District and the community. SUSD promotes the public's right to free speech, and we want to make sure that all community members, parents, and students are able to participate in a safe environment. We want to ensure all community members have a seat during the board meeting. We will have the maximum number of chairs allowed per Fire Code 132. We ask that members of the public do not stand along the side of walls or block the walkway. Anyone standing up during the meeting will be asked to take a seat. If they do not comply, they will be asked to leave. Any accredited news media representative who is standing will have a press credential clearly visible. There is a podium position in front of the first row of chairs. No one other than the person who is speaking may be at the podium except for a guardian, administrator, or translator. For safety, people may not line up behind the speaker to wait their turn. We want to give the person at the podium the time and respect they deserve. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Attendees are not allowed to enter the area past the podium where board members are sitting. No profanity or obscenity. During the board meeting, if there is a disruption, the board president or designee will give a verbal warning to the person or persons causing the disruption. If the disruption continues after the verbal warning, the individual will be asked to leave or be removed from the premises for the remainder of the board meeting. After the meeting is concluded, We ask the community to clear the lobby area in a respectful manner. Thank you, and back to you, President Stevens.
Item 1.2, roll call.
President Kenitha Stevens.
Present.
Vice President Sofia Colon.
Present.
Clerk Donald Donaire. Absent. Superintendent Dr. Michelle Rodriguez.
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Isabel Perez.
Absent.
Trustee Shauna Priest.
Present.
Trustee Frank Silva.
Present.
Thank you. And back to you, President Stevens.
Item 1.3, oral suggestions regarding open session agenda items in Section 1 and closed session. Christina will announce the number of public comments and request each person provide their public comment in the order they were received, and Yvette will be the timekeeper.
Madam President, we currently do not have any public comments to report for item 1.3.
Thank you. Item 2.1, approval of minutes for October 22nd, 2024 for the 1852 Foundation Directors Annual Board Meeting. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve?
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Any discussion? All right. Hearing none, roll call vote.
President Stevens.
Yes.
Vice President Colon.
Yes.
Superintendent Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Priest.
Yes.
Trustee Silva.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Clerk Donaire and Trustee Perez being absent. Thank you.
Item 3.1, I would like to adjourn the 1852 Board of Directors meeting at 3:50. We'll start our board meeting in approximately 1 minute. Thank you all for joining us. I would like to call our board meeting to order at 4 p.m. And Abby will read the language under public content.
In order to help assure compliance with the Brown Act and in order to make our board meetings more effective and more efficient, trustees will speak only when recognized, and trustees who speak on a topic other than the agenda item currently under consideration will be out of order. Board meeting protocols. The safety and decorum of the school board meetings are important to Stockton Unified School District and the community. SUSD promotes the public's right to free speech, and we want to make sure that all community members, parents, and students are able to participate in a safe environment. We want to ensure all community members have a seat during the board meeting. We will have the maximum number of chairs allowed per Fire Code 132. We ask that members of the public do not stand along the side of walls or block the walkway. Anyone standing up during the meeting will be asked to take a seat. If they do not comply, they will be asked to leave. Any accredited news media representative who is standing will have a press credential clearly visible. There is a podium position in front of the first row of chairs. No one other than the person who is speaking may be at the podium except for a guardian, administrator, or translator. For safety, people may not line up behind the speaker to wait their turn. We want to give the person at the podium the time and respect they deserve. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Attendees are not allowed to enter the area past the podium where board members are sitting. No profanity or obscenity. During the board meeting, if there is a disruption, the board president or designee will give a verbal warning to the person or persons causing the disruption. If the disruption continues after the verbal warning, the individual will be asked to leave or be removed from the premises for the remainder of the board meeting. After the meeting is concluded, we ask the community to clear the lobby area in a respectful manner. Thank you, and back to you, President Stevens.
Thank you so much, Abby. Moving on to item 1.2, roll call.
President Kenita Stevens.
Present.
Vice President Sofia Colon.
Present.
Clerk Donald Donaire.
Absent.
Trustee Isabel Perez.
Present.
Trustee Shauna Priest.
Present.
Trustee Frank Silva.
Present.
Student Rep Kiana LeBeau.
Absent.
Student Rep Jackson Brooks.
Present.
Thank you, and back to you, President Stevens.
Item 1.3, Student Board Representative, Mr. Jackson C. Brooks, Pacific Law Academy, 12th grade.
Okay. Thank you. Pacific Law Academy had its Festival of Honor. Many classes made ofrendas about their subject. They had their Unity Week and Spirit Week. Acadec is starting for the first time in PLA. Sophomores had a Stanford trip, and they are selling boograms. Weber had a Hallow Bash dance on the 24th. They had a college club, had a trip to Fresno State on the 25th. Unity Day with Plus and a lunch activity is coming up on the 29th. And Lunch on the Lawn with the school Halloween costume contest is happening on the 31st. Second had their Nightmare of Vine fall dance. They hosted their annual Haunted Block. They started fundraising with Halloween-themed foods. And the volleyball scrimmage with HCA is coming up. Merlot has started an esports team, which is 5-0. They had a VEX robotics competition at the county office and won 2 of their 5 competitions with a self-built VEX bot. 86% of their seniors are on track to meet H through G requirements, and they started their college application workshops. And they are hosting their annual fall festival on October 30th. HCA had a presentation on body basics and common diseases/disorders with a heart and circulatory medical resident guest speaker. 12th grade CSU application assistance with a CSUS admission counselor. They had their 12th grade CIP presentation with University of Pacific program specialists. And they had a 12th grade college project presentation to each other where they were in 3 different groups, which was UCs, CSUs, and private universities. They also have college trips with all grade levels. 9th graders are going to UC Davis and Sacramento State. 10th grade students are going to Berkeley. 11th grade is going to Delta College and UOP. And 12th grade is going to UC Davis and Sacramento State. Thank you.
Jackson, did you want to say a little bit about the state of the districts? I know you were in attendance.
That event was amazing. I thought like it opened my eyes to what the district is doing with everything. I haven't seen much since I'm just going to PLA and I haven't been out there, but going there, I mean, it was amazing. All the schools or a ton of schools were there performing. And there was a lot of great information about what's going on with the district and how it's improving.
Thank you so much for attending as well. It was good to have our board, our student board representatives there with us. So thank you so much for participating. Can we give our board representative another hand? All right, moving on to another high point of the evening, I would like to move on to item 1.4, our student honoree, Miss Julissa Castro from Jane Frederick High School, and I would like to call up Principal Oki to the podium.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. President Stevens, Vice President Colon, and Board of Trustees, also the Cabinet and our staff support, our student board representatives. Thank you for having us here. Since Jalissa's enrollment at Jane Frederick High School, she has demonstrated a desire to succeed academically. She empowered others to do the same, helping them, mentoring them, and making the right decisions. She's also took the time to develop a plan for her post-graduation and secondary education and career. And when she was a junior, she attended the UOP Summer Institute program, and it gave her the opportunity to see what the college life was really about. And not only that, it inspired her to want to pursue in her secondary educational career. And I'm sure she'll tell you more about that. With that said, she's currently going to graduate mid-year with the full 230 credits. And at our school, it's use-year reduction, but she has made that achievement and made that promise herself she's going to do it, and she has done that. So it's with my great pleasure to introduce our student honoree of Jane Frederick from Jane Frederick itself, our student honoree, Miss Julissa Castro.
Hello, and thank you all for inviting me here today. My name is Julissa Castro. My name is Julissa Castro, and I'm here to talk about how alternative school has helped me. Growing up, I've always been infatuated with knowledge. I was ambitious and goal-driven until somewhere down the line, I became unmotivated. When I first started high school, I dreaded going. I was late practically every day with unreliable transportation. The traffic getting into school was hectic, and the atmosphere made it difficult for me to concentrate or even want to attend. I had no goals and very little interest in continuing my education after high school. But I did meet a lot of great people and formed really good connections. I would have had a better experience if I had participated more. And during the lowest point of my life, I was overwhelmed and couldn't concentrate on anything. I was so overwhelmed with my personal life and getting truancies mentally, I just couldn't take it. I had very little time to spend with my loved one who was sick, so I devoted all of our time left together. School was still important, and I had to graduate, so my family and I decided it would be best to switch schools for a bit. My sister and a friend had previously attended Jane Frederick, and both applauded the great environment and staff. When I had first arrived, I was a little nervous to start a new school, but it all quickly vanished. The campus was very welcoming, so it didn't take long for me to feel comfortable. I started to participate more and even joined Plus. I wasn't as stressed or overwhelmed with work as much, and the staff was helpful in many ways, whether it was relating to school or just some life advice. The environment is very positive and outgoing, which contributes to how intimate the campus feels. It has made me look forward into coming to school every day with a positive attitude. Most importantly, it has helped me gain my motivation and ambition back. Attending Jane Frederick has been a great experience for me. I have been inspired to want more and push myself to get there. I have already created plans after high school to further my education, starting with phlebotomy and soon dental hygiene. I'm very excited to graduate early with my full 230 credits. And now that this chapter is coming close to an end, I'm grateful for everything the school has and continues to offer me. I want to give a special thanks to the staff and every student that has made me feel welcomed and made my experience better. I also hope every other student has a good enough experience like me or will continue to. And I just really want to thank the staff for being so welcoming and always helping me whenever I needed it. So thank you, and thank you for having me here today.
Ms. Casper, we're going to ask for you to come up with your principal. Do you have family members who came with you today? If your family can come up, and I'll have the board go down to the floor and we'll all take some photos. And then we have a certificate that we would like to present to you, and we want to wish you the best on all of your accomplishments. All right, moving on to item 1.5, oral suggestions regarding open session agenda items in section 1 and closed session. Christina will announce the number of public comments and request each person provide their public comment in the order they were received, and Yvette will be the timekeeper.
Madam President, we have no public comments for item 1.5.
Thank you. Item 1.6, public employee discipline, dismissal, and release. Ms. Smith, do we have any cases to hear today?
We do not.
Thank you. Item 1.7, the board will consider in closed session items listed by Vice President Cologne.
Okay, good evening. Item 2.1, Public Employee Appointment Certificated, Government Code Section 54957, Resignation Appointment. 2.2, Public Employee Appointment Classified, Government Code Section 54957, Leave of Absence, Resignation, Retirement, Rescind Employment Offer, Appointment, and Closed Positions. 2.3, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, Release. 2.4, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Significant Exposure to Litigation under subsections D2 and E3 of Government Code Section 54956.9 on 3 claims. Claim number 661633, claim number 660556, and claim number 662242. 2.5, Student Expulsion, C3. 2.6, Student Expulsion, C5. 2.7, Student Expulsion, CC3. And 2.8, Student Expulsion, CC4. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice President Cologne. We'll now move on to item 1.8, and the board will now recess to closed session. Thank you all for joining us. I would like to open our public session with item 3.1, and Abby will read the language under public content.
In order to help assure compliance with the Brown Act and in order to make our board meetings more effective and more efficient, trustees will speak only when recognized, and trustees who speak on a topic other than the agenda item currently under consideration will be out of order. Board meeting protocols. The safety and decorum of the school board meetings are important to Stockton Unified School District and the community. SUSD promotes the public's right to free speech, and we want to make sure that all community members, parents, and students are able to participate in a safe environment. We want to ensure all community members have a seat during the board meeting. We will have the maximum number of chairs allowed per Fire Code 132. We ask that members of the public do not stand along the side of walls or block the walkway. Anyone standing up during the meeting will be asked to take a seat. If they do not comply, they will be asked to leave. Any accredited news media representative who is standing will have a press credential clearly visible. There is a podium position in front of the first row of chairs. No one other than the person who is speaking may be at the podium except for a guardian, administrator, or translator. For safety, people may not line up behind the speaker to wait their turn. We want to give the person at the podium the time and respect they deserve. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Attendees are not allowed to enter the area past the podium where board members are sitting. No profanity or obscenity. During the board meeting, if there is a disruption, the board president or designee will give a verbal warning to the person or persons causing the disruption. If the disruption continues after the verbal warning, the individual will be asked to leave or be removed from the premises for the remainder of the board meeting. After the meeting is concluded, we ask the community to clear the lobby area in a respectful manner. Thank you, and back to you, President Stevens.
Thank you so much, Abby. Moving on to item 4.1, Pledge of Allegiance, led by STAG students, the New Filipino American Student Association. To the podium, please.
Wait, Savannah. Are you staying with me or not? Oh. All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have to speed up to catch up with you, but we're going to ask if you can come to the podium and if you would both like have words regarding the New Filipino American Association Club.
Hello. Okay. Hi. Good day, members of the board, teachers, and community members. I'm Savannah Advincula, and I'm currently a senior in Stag High School, and I'm here to share my experience in one of our newer classes, Filipino American Studies. It's a course that is still developing, but it's already making a real impact. Even though the curriculum is still being refined, I can confidently say that what has been built so far is a really strong foundation, one that not only educates but empowers. Growing up in the Philippines, I received my early education there, and it has been an incredible experience to now learn about my own heritage here in the United States. In most of my classes, I rarely encountered lessons about Filipino-American War or about our pre-colonial history. I feel like these are parts of my identity that often go unspoken even within the Filipino education system. And to see them finally be acknowledged, explored, and valued in an American classroom is something that I never expected, but it doesn't go unappreciated. And as a first-generation Filipino-American, this class has given me something I did not know I was missing when I migrated here last year, a sense of belonging. It has helped me understand my identity fully and see how Filipino history continues to live on American soil through people like me. I often think about the manongs and manangs, as Coach Joy would call our ancestors, who came before us. the early Filipino immigrants who worked tirelessly to build a life here, and I realized that their struggles and achievements are part of a much larger story that deserves to be told. This class also provides community. When I once experienced a racist comment from a teacher, it was the support of my classmates and the sense of unity that this course, they basically reminded me that I was not alone, and it gave me a space where my voice mattered, where I was not just tolerated but also celebrated. And hearing the history of my people taught by another Filipino American, Coach Joy, here in the United States feels both surreal and profoundly meaningful. It is a reminder that representation in education matters. It reminds me that learning about our cultures and shared histories helps us understand one another better. Classes like this do not only benefit Filipino Americans, but they also enrich everyone. They teach empathy, diversity, and pride, values that extend far beyond the classroom walls. And as someone who will be graduating soon, I do hope this course continues to grow and reach even more students, because when young people such as me see themselves be reflected in what they learn, they begin to understand that their heritage is not something to hide, but it's something to be honored. That's all. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my story and for supporting a curriculum that reminds us that history is not just about the past, but it is about who we are in the moment and who we are becoming. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Savannah and Wilbur. You actually are from my school, Stagg High School, so I'm going to ask you to come up, and with Coach Joy, I can't even speak today. We'll take some photos, and if we have any of the rest of the Stagg team in the building, we ask that you come up as well. We have certificates for you as well. We can clap for Joy.
You guys are all fancy.
If y'all step back, you'll be on the screen, so everyone can see you.
Oh, she's getting more? Okay. Yeah. She was like, I'm gonna take a photo.
I'll take a picture that I could airdrop.
Okay.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then I'm going to take one. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
So our ethnic studies is making its way around, not just here, but we've heard great things from them in some of our conferences with CSBA. We're really proud of the work that Stockton is doing around ethnic studies. I think Savannah said it best, that representation is important. When you see yourself, you can also see your future. So thank you so much, Savannah and Wilbur. All right, next on the agenda is item 4.2, action taken in closed session by Vice President Colon.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Item 2.1, Public Employee Appointment Certificated, Government Code Section 54957, Resignation Appointment. Board motion to approve unanimously. Item 2.2, Public Employee Appointment Classified, Government Code Section 54957, Leave of Absence, Resignation, Retirement, Rescind Employment Offer, Appointment, Closed Positions. Board motion to approve unanimously. Item 2.3, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. And there are 4 separate cases. Board motion to approve Case 1, 1 substitute dismissal unanimously. Board motion to approve Case 2, 1 substitute dismissal unanimously. Board motion to approve Case 3, 1 labor relations analyst probationary release unanimously. Board motion to approve Case 4, 1 food service assistant 1 probationary release unanimously. Item 2.4, conference with legal counsel. Anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation under subsections D2 and E3 of Government Code Section 54956.9. So we have 3 separate claims. Board motion to reject Case 1, claim number 661633 unanimously. Board motion to reject Case 2, claim number 660556 unanimously. Board motion to reject Case 3, claim number 662242 unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Colon. Moving on to item 4.3, order of the agenda, and Christina will read the oral announcement.
This is the opportunity for the Board of Trustees to make any changes to the order of the agenda. Otherwise, the order of the agenda will be as published.
Is there a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to add to the agenda. So I'd like to add four new sections to 15.4, or section 15. So 15.4 would be C3, student expulsion C3. 15.5, student expulsion C5. 15.6, student expulsion CC3. And 15.7, student expulsion CC4.
All right, is there a second?
A second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
President Stevens?
Yes?
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Trustee Silva?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 4.5, oral suggestions regarding open session items. Christina will announce the number of public comments and request each person provide their public comment in the order they were received, and Yvette will be the timekeeper.
Madam President, we currently do not have any public comments for item 5.1.
Thank you. Item 5.2, oral suggestions and comments from the community regarding non-agenda items.
Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. Madam President, we have 11 comment cards for item 5.2. The first speaker is going to be speaking on board agenda, speaking about monetary donations to the Emergency Food Bank. Ms. Terry Welch.
Good evening. I've been here before. My name is Terry Welch. I'm a teacher at Jane Frederick Continuation High School. And as you know, we have gone through, I guess, almost a 30-day mark for government shutdown with the threat of not having SNAP benefits. I actually wrote something down, so give me a sec. I'd like to ask this SUSD family to consider giving cash donations to the San Joaquin Emergency Food Bank. There are 42 million Americans that will not be receiving their SNAP benefits this Thanksgiving month. Add to that about 750,000 government workers who will be furloughed and will now also have to seek food assistance through their local food banks. 81% of our kids are below the poverty level in the district, so food insecurity is not something new. If our Stockton family could give a cash donation, what could happen is that the food bank could use that money to buy food wholesale and get a better, it would be more cost effective for them. I don't know how it's going to work. I talked to STA already. I'm trying to put a flyer out. I would just like to be able to put it up at all the sites and all the departments. So that was it. Please consider it. Thank you.
The next comment comes from Ms. Bernadette Armenta regarding respect in the workplace.
Good evening, Dr. Rodriguez, President Stevens, and the board members. We were here 2 weeks ago talking about what respect looks like in the workplace for our members. I wanted to continue on how our members are being treated by management. I recently learned that people who are overseen by our custodial staff have been targeted specific sites doing what they call a white glove inspection. My members report that these white glove inspections are happening repeatedly at our members, and our members are feeling like this is part of a targeted effort to get them in trouble. As the chapter president, I don't want my members to go to work walking on eggshells. I understand that management will inspect routes from time to time to make sure that work's getting done properly, but I find this white glove level of inspection petty and unequal. I am worried about these kinds of actions sent to our members, as am I a valued employee or in management just trying to get rid of me so that they can hire someone else to take my job. Not every site is being inspected this way, and the members who have come to me to talk about this are fearful that if they speak up, they will be disciplined for going to their union. The unfair treatment by these individuals have left our custodians who are boots on the ground every day feeling disrespected and unappreciated. On top of their duties to keep our schools clean and sanitary for students, staff, and community, they are now feeling like custodial management is looking for reasons to fire them. If there's a problem, our custodians need support, supplies, and respectful direction, not a white glove inspection. Trustees, I know that you value classified contributions to the district. Please show us by making sure the people who oversee our custodians treat our members fairly, respectfully, and equally across the district. Thank you.
The next speaker is Karen Amick.
Good evening, board members. Dr. Rodriguez, I don't know if you remember me. I'm 821's first vice president, and I am also the lead at Roosevelt Elementary. And I know I've talked to you a couple of times about coming out to the kitchens and visiting to see what's going on. Our members are overworked. They are tired and they are getting hurt. There is more and more workload being put on top of us, and we do not have the staff to help with what we need. We are being overrun with the new family style. We have had stuff delivered to our kitchens that we don't even have the storage space to put. The dishes alone that this is causing is adding at least an hour to 2 hours of extra workload, and we're being told there's no extra work. There is. There's a lot of extra work going on. I have 3 members in my kitchen, that's including me, and we are barely getting through the day without getting hurt. So, like, I'm going to ask you again, please come out to the kitchens, come talk to the staff members. They're tired, they're hurting, and you're getting ready to lose a lot of really good people if something doesn't change, because this is just too much. We need more help. We need more hours. And that's all I've got to say tonight. Thank you.
The next comment comes from Ms. Louise Boros.
Good evening, trustees, Dr. Rodriguez. My name is Louise Barros, and I'm here on the path of respect for classified workers. I wanted to share with you something that was written to a classified worker in what's called like a conference summary, right? When you need to tell somebody, hey, you're doing something wrong, right? So this is what was told to the worker from management. It is vital that you understand the importance of coming to work each day and how absenteeism impacts our ability to conduct business. Failure to report to work puts an undue burden on other staff to maintain a safe and well-maintained campus. When you are absent, your workload for the day are shifted to other employees in the department and can cause resentment and staff morale problems. According to our records, your sick leave balance is running low. And I want you to think about how you would feel if you got a letter like that, right? You just took some time off from work because you're sick, right? You're sick, you're not coming to work, you're not trying to get other people sick, your body's hurting, you need to take that time, right? Then you return to work and you get a letter basically saying there's morale problems and it's your fault because you weren't here. And to me, that's a lot to put on a classified employee, to blame them for morale problems in their department because they're taking their sick time, right? Sick time is allowed to them under the law. They're allowed to use it. And I understand that some people can be excessively absent, right? But reading that letter, it shocked me. And it just made me think how I would feel if somebody talked to me that way. And I would feel disrespected, right? That is a lot to put on a classified employee, to basically blame them for morale problems in their department. And then to say that they cause resentment, right? And I ask myself, where's the sub? When I'm out sick and I put in my absence in frontline, I say, get me a sub, and the sub's not there. The sub is supposed to be picking up the work, right? So it is a lot to put on a classified employee. And these kinds of things happen daily, right? This is just one letter that I've seen. And this is, again, this is very disrespectful way to talk to somebody. So again, we just ask that when we think about these conversations with employees about their sick time, that we be respectful of them and that we do not blame them for causing resentment and staff morale problems, right? So thank you for listening, and I appreciate your time.
The next comment is from Maria Zamora regarding ELOP.
Oh, okay. Good evening, Dr. Rodriguez and trustees. I'm here today with a heavy heart to express my concerns of the ongoing challenges we program facilitators are facing. I'm disheartened with our ELOP department's lack of accountability and transparency, while we PFs are being held to a higher standard than our upper management. Adding 18 new upper management positions looks good on a proposal and on a web page, but the fact is these positions have created an immense and unequitable division within our department. They were created to support us on the ground, yet these positions only delegate more work to us without the support. From the outside, ELOP looks like a caring, loving family with all hands on deck to help. But the reality of this skewed perception is breaking our program's facilitators' mental health. Why? Because we know the truth, we feel the truth, and we are treated as if we are not doing our job. SUSD has let our department expand without safeguarding those who truly run the program facilitators. When we switched to 8 hours, it was because we needed the extra time to assure we were not only going to keep up grant requirements, but also building a safe and supportive environment for our students and families. Ironically, we were already doing this for years, but now we were finally going to be recognized and compensated for it. The ELOP has turned this great opportunity into a nightmare. We went from supervising 6 staff, 1 agency, 100 to 120 students, to now 10 to 12 staff, multiple agencies, 120 to 200 students without pay compensation. We have more of a workload on top of never-ending deadlines that at many times overlap, and that is just a fraction of what we are doing. In the last year, we have gone from quality programs to quantity numbers. Every student has turned into a walking dollar sign. We have been told on numerous occasions that there shouldn't be a wait list because we have enough staff to take students off the wait list. Unfortunately, that's not how you build a safe and supportive program and takes away from our mission. We are becoming a babysitting club. I love the work I do and the families we serve, Becoming a program facilitator has been a dream of mine since I was part of the after-school program. And when I became a facilitator, that dream came true. Our kiddos deserve the best, but how can we provide that when we are breaking as a department? I plead with you to really take a look into our department and start peeling back the layers of dysfunctionality caused by expanding too quick and stripping our voices as the leaders of our program. It's not okay. If we are truly the boots on the ground, then why aren't we being asked how to better our department? Thank you for listening and letting us have a voice tonight.
The next speaker is Katie McDonovan.
Hello, my name is Katie McDonough, although McDonovan has a nicer ring to it. I'm a labor rep with the California School Employees Association, and I'm here to speak on behalf of a few ELOP facilitators who couldn't make it here tonight. Good evening, board members. I'm an ELOP facilitator who has been a part of this district in various roles for the past 8 years. I love my job because I get to foster a safe and supportive program for all our students and community. I am hopeful that we can move in a direction where I can feel safe and supported in my role as a program facilitator. However, there are several concerns that continue to be counterproductive to what we as a community envision for our program to be for our kids. There is a lack of organizational structure in our systems, such as task delegation, deadline tracking, and document management. This causes confusion amongst many of us facilitators, leading us to interpret expectations independently from one another. This then leads to confusion and inefficiency. When there is no centralized communication or planning tools, it results in duplicating efforts and missed collaborative opportunities. Inconsistent and dismissive communication has led to missed deadlines being communicated in a belittling and accusatory way. An example would be a program facilitator being reprimanded 2 days before a deadline with no prior reminders or levels of support to help get it done. This approach undermines our role and fosters low morale and a culture of fear rather than a level of accountability. Inequitable expectations based on site coordinators leads to program facilitators gets differential treatment when it comes to our execution of responsibilities. While there may be times in which certain site coordinators may provide support and clarity, other site coordinators will provide unrealistic demands or fail to communicate where the needs are. This inequity leads to confusion and resentment among staff towards upper management. Changes need to happen at the top in order for us to move forward in a way that supports our programs and students. Thank you again for your time. I'm going to see how far I get into the second letter, if that's okay. Good evening, Superintendent Rodriguez and school board members. Thank you for taking the time to hear my concerns. In my time as an after-school program facilitator, I have witnessed how this program has flourished. There have been great new programs that have been integrated into ELOP, which the students love. The students have a chance to go on field trips, participate in sports, taste new foods thanks to cooking programs that the kids love. Along with these wonderful new programs, I have seen the other side of the coin. Although they're, okay. I had spoken to the support staff about some of the members relinquishing their time. Is that okay?
Yes, we have Ms. Louise Barros speaking next. Would she like to relinquish?
I think the top three were going to be speaking, and the rest were going to relinquish their time.
Ms. Grace Gillespie, you're relinquishing? Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Although there may be some positive changes to support our students, for some of us, it feels like work is being piled up with no end in sight. I love my job, but at times I feel overwhelmed, and I'm not the only facilitator that feels that way. When we transitioned to becoming 8-hour employees, it was because we did not have enough time to finish much of the work we had in the time given prior to the change. Yet, ever since we became 8-hour employees, our workload has grown exponentially, and our obligations have tripled. We are doing much more than we have ever been expected to do. We are in charge of more staff than we ever predicted we would have at our site. Site coordinators were hired to support program facilitators with a never-ending workload, as told to us by our director, Mary Rogers. Ms. Rogers also informed us that our site coordinators would never become our supervisors, but instead our right-hand source of help to support our sites to run smoothly. However, the narrative has changed, and now our site coordinators have become our supervisors. Many of the site coordinators don't even check in on us or visit our sites to understand the stress we are under. We email them for help, and we are practically ignored. We ask for clarification on things, and we get no answers, but we are still expected to perform according to deadlines. We added new materials and resources. Facilitators are not taken into consideration. We are sent new materials to our sites without first inquiring if we have room for the items that they are sending. Then we are informed by upper management that we have no storage space to set items. We are reprimanded when we request them they be picked up due to the lack of space. Facilitators manage and supervise entire teams without being able to have such titles. It has become disheartening to work for this program. Many of my fellow facilitators have informed me about how they are looking for new jobs because ELOP has become so difficult and draining to work for. I hold on to the hope that things will get better. I hold on because I think about my team, parents, and most importantly, the students. Yet sadly, change can only happen when it comes from the top and trickles down eventually. This is not the case in this situation, as program facilitators are at the front line of the after-school programs, and we are being left to fend for ourselves. Adding more positions at the top does not help us on the field if the only thing trickling down. Oh, I just have one more sentence. Is that okay?
All right, finish your sentence.
Is instructions and a heavy workload with no one willing to help in a collaborative manner. Thank you for your time and have a wonderful night.
The next speaker is Ms. Louise Barros.
Good evening again, trustees. I'm also bringing to you the voices of ELOP facilitators. So when I say I mean program facilitator. Okay, so first comments. For the past 4 years, I have had the privilege of working in ELOP. I have been a line lead, staff lead, and a program facilitator. My peers should be commended on their ability to adapt and overcome struggles to do what is right and best for the students that we serve on a daily basis. Those struggles come in the continuous changes that ELOP makes without our feedback in the matter. We are the people that make our programs a success, but we don't carry the same sentiment in the way management has treated us in our day-to-day workload. We are told to reach out and communicate any needs and struggles in order to be able to showcase and be an example to our students. Yet management struggles to work on concerns that they need to improve on in order to build good habits and deliver a healthy level of support to our program facilitators. Time and time again, program facilitators have expressed ideas, concerns, or issues with no resolution. Management would be dismissive of our needs while we are told to stick to deadlines and scheduled program start dates. However, this is decidedly more difficult when we are not informed in a timely manner about events, field trips, or additional programs. Deadlines have a tendency to be changed last minute, making it harder for us to maintain a good relationship with our school communities. On top of this, the attitude from upper management then places blame and even shame on us program facilitators when we are unable to hit these deadlines or student attendance numbers with the lack of information or resources that are given. The lack of transparency and support make it harder for our programs to be as successful as they can be. As I have grown in my role, I have understood that there are things that we all face regardless of our position in this district. However, there is a difference between having all of these responsibilities on oneself and management not fostering a culture of collaboration and unity. This is not impossible to do. However, we need to do better at treating staff, student, and parents with the respect and understanding that they deserve. Management needs to carry the same attitude that needs to be expressed to those that are put in positions to support us. We are all adaptable and have a drive to make our programs run well, in spite of the challenges that are presented to us at last minute. Imagine what our programs would be like if there was more stability in the systems and structures that we have in our department and that our school sites desperately need. We simply ask for there to be a change in perspective, to be heard, to be understood, that there needs to be more thought in how the district's affecting our programs, and by proxy, our direct community and how the treatment of our facilitators affects all of this. I know what this program is for our communities and what it can be if we all work together. Next comments. Next facilitator, rather. Dear members of the school board, I am writing to bring to your attention the ongoing challenges that program facilitators across the district are facing. While we take great pride in the work we do to support students and families, the expectation placed upon us have expanded far beyond our contractual responsibilities and reasonable working conditions. Program facilitators are consistently working well beyond our contracted hours. Is there someone to yield?
Ms. Bernadette Armenta, would you like to relinquish your time? Okay.
Thank you. Working well beyond our contracted hours to ensure programs run smoothly, students are safe, and sites remain compliant. We often find ourselves serving not only as program leads, but also as counselors, teachers, food service workers, custodians, and at times, even acting as site admin. These additional responsibilities, taken on without adequate time, compensation, or support, have created unsustainable workload and growing frustration among staff. Despite our dedication, there is little to no administrative or departmental support when concerns arise. Many of us feel unheard and undervalued, even though the success of after-school and expanded learning programs directly depends on our ability to manage, plan, and lead effectively. We love the work we do and the students we serve. Our only goal is to ensure that we can continue providing safe, high-quality programs without compromising our well-being. Thank you for your attention to this matter and for your ongoing commitment to the staff and students of our district. Next facilitator. Good evening, members of the board. I am a high school ELOP facilitator here to ask for your support. As many of you know, ELOP at the high school level is still very new, with only a year of providing services to our students. When I was first assigned to my site, I was informed that the high school programs would take things slowly and that this would be a learning experience for everyone involved. I understood that and was ready to grow with the program. However, the issue we now face isn't simply about learning as we go. It is about the lack of support for high school facilitators. Too often, our concerns are placed on the back burner, and as a result, it becomes increasingly difficult to provide the high-quality experiences our students deserve. As a facilitator, I want nothing more than to build a strong, engaging, and supportive environment for our students. But when challenges such as limited space, lack of quality staffing, and the constant disconnect between the ELOP departments and sites, it leaves me and others in my position feeling isolated, overwhelmed, and ultimately burned out. I continue to do my best with the limited resources available, but it's discouraging to see that effort alone does not always translate to progress. I worry that despite our dedication, we are not giving students the full potential of what ELOP can offer. I share this not just for myself, but also for our students who are forced to settle and cannot voice their opinions on how these programs should be servicing them. My hope is that this testimony helps shed light on the urgent need for stronger support, communication, and collaboration so that ELOP can truly fulfill its promise for every student it serves. Thank you for your time and consideration. The next facilitator says, "It is only October, and I am already exhausted, and my concern is that we are no longer being viewed as humans, but as robots. While we are supposed to focus on being student-centered, the students don't seem to really be the primary concern. Facilitators are constantly being downplayed and expected to be on top of everything, yet management doesn't hold themselves to the same level of accountability. Trying to keep 120 students plus safe while ensuring my staff are able to uphold the same level of safety for them. Trying to communicate with the school." Is there someone else to yield?
Does Karen Amick want to yield her time? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. trying to communicate with the school on a daily basis with student behaviors, parent and teacher concerns, and upcoming events, trying to meet attendance goals while learning new attendance systems that were implemented without facilitator input, teaching parents a new process, but also having to go to meetings downtown, go to meetings with my admin, go to meetings with my staff, go to meetings with all other stakeholders who impact the growth of my program. At the same time, trying to stay aligned and in compliance with grant requirements and connecting with teachers, counselors, and nurses. Keeping my 4-by-4-foot office clean and organized while finding storage for all the random pallets of curriculum and equipment that keep being sent to me without me being notified or asked if I even have the space for it. I am trying to meet all the last-minute deadlines that are being thrown at us in random emails from random people all at once, and are still trying to be positive, even though on the day of the deadline, we are being scolded and told that we are not meeting the deadline. I do not feel respected or valued as a program facilitator because even though we received a raise, we are still being piled with 10 times the work, and we are still being asked, "What are you doing all day?" I am tired, and at least once a week I find myself thinking about another job because I don't feel like our department is in it for the kids anymore. We are no longer student-centered. Although our site coordinators were hired to be our support, they've really been supporting the ELAP directors and not their director and not us. They're non-existent to us and for me, and when I asked my site coordinator for support, they just seemed as confused or as stressed as I am. It is always advocated that we take care of our mental health, but honestly, this department makes me feel guilty if I take a day off. I plead with you to investigate and help us change our department for the better. And that's the end of the comments that I have, but I just want to mention thank you for listening. It's kind of like being fed with a fire hose, everything all at once, but we did come last year to speak on these concerns, and we're just continuing to bring them to you because our facilitators need to see change, and they hope that you can do that for them. So thank you for listening.
Our last comment card is from Mr. Victor Garcia.
Good evening, Dr. Rodriguez and board members. It's been a while since I've last spoken at one of these meetings. Last I spoke, I brought up the concept of what you allow, you encourage. My absence from attending these meetings is not because of a lack of having anything to say, but more so because I've been busy dealing with targeted efforts to make my job difficult and overwhelming to deal with. Although this year has been challenging, it does not mean that I haven't tried my best to choose joy even in the midst of the struggle. I come into my job with a drive to provide a positive experience for my kids while at the same time dealing with behind-the-scenes issues that management impose on us. Examples of those issues from management are a lack of support through effective communication, positive systems and structures, and a willingness to work collaboratively with one another. If anything, I have felt more empowered and more emboldened to speak my truth and to continue to help create change that betters our community. While some directors and assistant superintendents continue to abuse their power and carry narratives that suit their goals, I continue to support and cultivate leaders with my scope of work, leaders that will stand up and speak up against unprofessional behavior. Although my last employee evaluation was less than favorable, it drives me to continue to work above reproach and hold those people accountable who continue to go after employees that speak out for better collaborative working relationships between management and employees. The biggest obstacle that we face in this district is people's ability to hold themselves accountable and accept responsibility when they make mistakes. Instead of carrying the transparency and the genuineness to say, hey, I made a mistake and I'm sorry, they double and triple down on stating how right they are in the choices they make. Superintendent, I have heard you apologize twice as you hold yourself accountable for mistakes that you make. Yet people in your leadership team want to pretend like they're never wrong or that they handle the conflict well. Some of your people care more about the way they dress and look instead of self-assessing and working to get better at their jobs. I teach my team to recognize our wins but acknowledge our opportunities, meaning that we should be able to self-reflect and own our actions and as well move forward in correcting our mistakes. Sometimes this district has shown that it's less about creating a culture that supports hard work and dedication to the job and more about how to get people in trouble if they speak up or if they are labeled as being difficult employees. It doesn't breed a collaborative culture, but more of a shut up and do your job mentality. While I can go on and on about bad managers and leaders, there's a shining light in unsung heroes and healthy leaders with your district. People like Elena Mua, Dax Del Prado, Lori Rizzo, Tamara Pranitis, and every program facilitator that works hard to create strong leaders and programs that support healthy and collaborative relationships for our community. These aren't whose health These aren't faces you
Thank
see on
you, Mr.
websites with heavily filtered pictures,
Thank
but
you,
the
Mr.
ones who do the
Garcia.
grunt work regardless of the notoriety.
He has 12 seconds.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The 20-minute timer went off already.
These aren't the
Oh,
people
got it.
whose
Okay.
mottos have been fake it till you make it or who choose to believe they're the face of something. The true faces of the ELAP department are every PF that comes in early and leaves late. Every PF that goes the extra mile even when they don't have to because they find joy in what
All
they
right,
do for the
Victor?
children they serve.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Is there another comment, Ms. Aleo? That's it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, thank you all so much for your public comment. I would like to move on to item 6.1, approval of consent items, and Christina will read the oral announcement.
Does any trustee have an item they would like removed for separate consideration as an action item? After any items are removed for separate consideration, there will be a vote on the consent items without any discussion. Thank you.
All right, any items for action? All right, seeing none, is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by trustee Silva. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Trustee Silva?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 7.1, Board of Education Update Dashboard Local Indicator Priority 1, Basic Services, and I would like to call up Dr. Jason Murphy to the podium.
Good evening. I first want to acknowledge Dr. Rodriguez, Superintendent, President Stevens, Vice President Colon, Clerk Donaire, members of the board, and a Superintendent's Cabinet, and the Stockton community. My name is Dr. Jason Murphy, Director of Research and Accountability, and I would like to
Hi, good evening. Maria Valadez Munoz, Director of Human Resources. I'll be joining Dr. Murphy today.
So this evening, we're going to be providing a brief update on the Local Priority 1 Teacher Assignment Monitoring Requirement, which is part of Basic Services. Throughout the course of this presentation, we're going to just be providing a brief overview of the Local Control Accountability Requirement, which is Basic Services, provide an update on our most recent Teacher Assignment Monitoring Report that was released by CDE in July of 2025, share some of the amazing outcomes that have come out from this report and how we are ranking and performing with relation to the county and the state. And Ms. Munoz is going to be sharing on some of the great work Human Resources Department is doing to support the outcomes being seen. So briefly, Local Priority Requirement 1 Basic Services is part of the LCFF requirement. Every year, LEAs are required to report on how their districts or their charter schools are doing with regard to several priorities. One of those is basic services, which includes teacher assignment monitoring, along with facilities and access to curriculum materials. With regard to the teacher monitoring assignments, our most recent data released by CDE is 23-24. The state is currently in progress of making improvements to their process to accelerate the release of this data so that hopefully by the end of the 25-26 school year, they will release the 24-25 assignment monitoring report along with the 25-26 assignment monitoring report. But that being said, I wanted to report out that the district has made tremendous gains with respect to teacher assignment monitoring. Within the past 3 years, from 2021-22 to 23-24, the district increased its percentage of teachers that have full credentials by almost 20 percentage points. Back in 21-22, only 54.8% of teachers were fully credentialed with clear credentials. But by the completion of the 23-24 school year, that number had increased to 74.3%. I also want to highlight the fact that that's in line with a tremendous closing of the achievement gap, because during that same period of time, the state of California largely maintained its percentage rate of teachers being fully credentialed around the mid to low 80s, and the county likewise maintained its rate in the low to mid 70s. So the district truly had a tremendous gain of almost 20 percentage points in the 3-year span of time. I also wanted to share that in addition to that, in terms of other indicators like teachers with incomplete or unverified credentials, that the district maintained or improved in those areas as well, while the state also maintained and improved in those areas as well. So the district was in line with the county with those percentages, and also the state in those percentages, while simultaneously increasing dramatically its percentage of teachers with clear credentials. Again, just highlighting the fact that when you look at the district in comparison to the county and the state, we're largely on the same trajectory with regards to out of field, ineffective, and incomplete credentials. We're slightly below in some areas, but we're right on track, and that's considering a well-known sort of teacher crisis and fulfilling positions. So that's an extreme accomplishment, again, along with the dramatic closing of that gap. Just areas to highlight. The district now reflects the regional context of the county with regard to these various indicators: incomplete, unverified credentials, out of field credentials, while again bringing that number up from the mid-50s to the mid-70s, right alongside the county and, like I said, the state. What I wanted to do right now is also give Ms. Valdez-Munoz an opportunity to share some of the amazing work that the Human Resources Department is doing that's generating the outcomes that you guys are seeing.
So what's driving our improvement? So this is a multi-department effort that's helping improve our numbers. So the collaborative efforts across multiple areas have helped increase and continue growing our numbers. One area is enhancing our data quality and reporting. In the last several years, HR has worked closely with our Technology and Innovation Department on CalPADS reporting. So we are working closely to ensure that the teacher assignments that are being reported are accurate, and the information is certified with correct assignments. So we've been doing that, meeting with them before every CalPADS certification to ensure accuracy and, of the information. The other area is we are targeting recruitment and retention. So that's done in several different ways. We've expanded our partnerships with universities and credential program so that our teachers can select their program and be able to enroll in different credential programs that work for them. We've also expanded our recruitment efforts through several job fairs, advertising, media, banners. In the last several years, we've offered hiring bonuses for hard-to-fill positions. So this helps recruit credentialed teachers from outside of the district, as well as advertising our free healthcare benefits and up to 24 years of transferable teaching service. The other effort is improving our credential authorization. So the HR analysts work closely with site administrators to ensure that they know that when they are hiring teachers, what these teachers are authorized to teach, to ensure that they are assigned appropriately. Strategic opportunities. So in order to close the gap with the state average, we'll continue to expand our recruitment of fully credentialed teachers. We're going to accelerate preliminary to clear credential transitions, provide financial support for credential completion, and this is done through offering an in-house induction program. So all our teachers that come on board with a preliminary credential are able to enroll in induction, and that's at no additional cost to the teachers. And then we'll also continue to partner with universities for pathway programs. And to reduce incomplete assignments, so again, we've been working really close with the technology department to ensure that all of the CalPADS submission, all data that's reported is accurate, and continue to train site administrators to know what teachers are authorized to teach to ensure that teachers are assigned appropriately. Okay, So we do agree that every student deserves a fully credentialed, highly qualified teacher. That is our goal. And we are proud of our progress, and we hope to continue moving forward in this direction to refine our recruitment, development, support strategies, and ensure that every student has access to a fully credentialed, high-quality teacher. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you both. And we just open it up for any questions. Anyone have questions for the presenters? Trustee Priest? None? Oh, go ahead. Come on back. Come on back. No.
I just wanted to be sure, are we talking about, say, for example, if we have a teacher who's not fully credentialed, what we're saying is that we've made improvements so that we could help that particular person become fully credentialed. Is that this
So
too, or?
overall, our percentage of credentialed teachers in the district has increased. So either, hiring and recruiting fully credentialed teachers, or by helping the teachers that are non-credential work towards obtaining their credential.
Are we talking about this one, teacher assignment monitoring report? Or this is a separate presentation?
No, that's
That's it? This is more in detail, or?
Are they talking about this?
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm confusing myself. It's the same.
It's the same report.
I had two. I probably had yours. That's what it was.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm on track with you. Sorry about that. My confusion.
Any other questions for the team?
So I was just commenting that I don't know if I'm going to ask a lot of the right questions because I don't have a lot of experience with how credentials work. But during the presentation, one of my questions was like, what does out of field mean? So, yeah.
So out of field refers to teachers that are assigned to teach something outside of their credential authorization.
And when we have teachers do that, is that helping them to like, I guess, give them a better chance to earn their credential in that subject, or what?
Yeah.
What
So
is?
there's times where there's not maybe a teacher at that site that's authorized to teach a certain area, so they'll offer it to another teacher, and a lot of times what we do is we get authorization to allow a teacher to teach outside of their field. Sometimes it's based on need, other times it could be that, it gives the teacher the experience to teach, but it's mostly because there's a need in that area.
Okay, and that's voluntary for the teacher, or we like make them do that?
No, that would be voluntary
Okay.
for the teacher.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I noticed that there was a part here that said unknown. Help me, how do we not know?
So the unknown, there's something in CalPads where there might have been information missing for that teacher assignment, and that's why we're working closely with technology to ensure that all the data is reported accurately. So unknown just probably means that there was something missing. It could have been the teacher's identification number or some missing piece of information where it wasn't appropriately reported.
Who's responsible for that?
So CalPads is handled under the technology department, and then they work with different departments that are in charge of different areas to ensure that the information that's reported is accurate. So in the past, we had a very small team of CalPads. I know that has been growing. So it looks like we are, working in collaboration and ensuring that all the information is reported accurately.
Did you want to talk to that?
Yeah, I can talk to that. Good evening, everyone. So yes, so what we did in the past basically is take a look at all the data that we currently have, and then basically along with HR, we basically said, look, this is how we can report this. This is the actual way to report it. And so in prior years, what it was just a lot of, not a lot of communication, if you will, for the lack of a better word. So now what we've done basically is we grouped in all the stakeholders, if you will, and said, look, this is the proper way to report that information. And so we looked at all the data and said, if this is the way to report this is how we have to report this per state, per CD. And so that's how we got to those numbers. But for the unknowns, what usually happens sometimes is maybe we have a long-term sub or a long-term teacher that kind of, is for that period. And so what you'll have is a very small percentage, as Ms. Maria mentioned, that will be missing along the way. And so it depends on the reporting period as well. Sometimes we have to get that reporting in. So there will be sometimes, not a lot, but there will be sometimes where there's missing data simply because of the transition.
Any other questions? Go ahead, if you're ready.
You also mentioned induction. Can you give us a little bit more information on how you're helping our teachers be successful with that and who's over that?
Yes, our induction is handled by our curriculum department and teacher support team. So not every district has their own induction department, so this district does. So it's something that we really put out there when we're trying to recruit, that if they hold a preliminary credential, if they're hired in the district, they will have access to an induction program here in-house.
Can you tell me what induction is for those of us who don't know?
Induction is a program that teachers need to complete in order to clear their preliminary credential. So once they clear that credential, then they're considered fully credentialed.
I just want to mention, since you asked who, so it's Kate Rockstead, who is the one that is in charge of that. We actually have a state-level recognized program. They do a really great job. I think something that's fairly new that we've done is a true collaboration with the new induction teacher program and special education. They have made a concerted effort when we think of the week-long, or is it 2 weeks? I think it's 1 week? 1 week long program, that they have specific time that they're working on special education, not just for special education teachers, but for all teachers, because we believe in inclusion and support for all learners. And also they have significant support now from LDO, so our language development department. So it's a true collaboration. We're actually in the middle of trying to get certification so that we can have the induction program for administrators too, because at this point we don't have that program. And so that is another step that we're going to be making.
I was curious, if I was a teacher in the district and I did not want to go through SUSD's program, would I be allowed to go through another program that I'm willing to pay for myself?
So I believe that part of our agreement, and I don't know, do we have more information on that, Casey, with induction?
I would have to say that they would have the option if they want to go outside, but we are actually providing that for them. And our induction program, like Dr. Rodriguez was saying, we have quite a robust program. And so it's not just the week before school, but they are supported throughout the school. After hours, they have their induction mentors. And so it is a very thorough process. So they generally want to stay with us through that process. But they would have if they want to go outside and pay additional, they have that option.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And in my time here, we've had one person that wanted that. And so we just let them, because we offer it for free. If they want to do it outside, that's fine too.
I just want to make sure, because I thought I read, maybe Dr. Rodriguez, you could help. I thought they were mandated currently. So I just wanted to make sure we're able to provide that option to our teachers, that if they choose to go through a different option that they're willing to pay for, that they're allowed to do so.
Yeah, I think the mandated piece is that they have to enroll in a program. But if they choose, and like I said, it's very rare, but if it comes through, we'll look at it, and then we have no problems allowing them to go somewhere else.
No further questions. Thank you all so much. Give them a hand. All right, moving on to item 10.1, Board Committee Reports. Christina will read the oral announcement, and each board member will follow through with their report, and Yvette will be the timekeeper of 3 minutes.
This is the opportunity to hear any reports from the board committees, specifically regarding prior or upcoming committee meetings. There will be a 3-minute limit per report. The first committee report is the 1852 Foundation by President Kenitha Stevens.
Sure. So 1852, we just met last week to start planning our event. So we will have our Winter Wonderland this year, where we provide 550 students with gift cards and also toys for the family. So we're looking at a different theme this year, but it will be Winter Wonderland. We'll be partnering with the FRC and also our SUSD Police Department. So make sure that you all come on out and support our families in need. Every year it is an amazing event. Our families are always excited, not just for the gift cards, but also making sure that they can see Santa and the elves, and we have entertainment from our cheerleaders, our band. So it's an amazing event. We are also hosting our casino night, which is a fundraiser for the 1852 Foundation. So in a few weeks, you will be able to purchase your tickets to come on out to our amazing fundraiser, and we will have our next 1852 meeting coming up soon. Look forward to seeing you all there.
The next committee is the Black Students Thrive Committee by President Kenitha Stevens.
And that is me again. Our Black Students Thrive met on the 16th. We had several presentations. One presentation by Eldridge Sabak, who talked about what's happening with our ethnic studies, not just with our ethnic studies, but also making sure that our students have culturally responsive and relevant books that look like them, text that comes from local people here in the city. We talked about our Filipino-American history, our Hispanic heritage, history, and then also our African-American history, making sure that our students have the supports that they need and leading that work, not just with our students, but making sure that our students and our teachers can have the relationships, building rapport. A lot of work going into the Black Students Thrive. We didn't get a chance to hear from Dr. Rogers, but we will hear from his finalized plan coming up at the next Black Student Thrive meeting. And I think that was it for me. Moving on to item 10.2, brief reports on trustee activities.
This is the opportunity for each trustee to make a brief announcement or to give a brief report on their own recent activities at the district pursuant to the Brown Act Government Code Section 54954.2A3. There will be a 3-minute limit per report.
Perez?
I have nothing to report tonight.
Trustee Silva?
Yeah, last week I had the opportunity to attend the State of the District at Cesar Chavez High School. This was my first State of the District, and I was surprised at the turnout and thoroughly enjoyed the performances of the students and was happy to hear about where we are as a district and its accomplishments.
All right, Trustee Priest?
Bear with me, y'all. I didn't script myself today. All right, so I did have the opportunity to attend the State of the District with my colleagues here. It was really exciting to be out with staff and family and our community, as well as a couple of students, and just really have a good time and support everyone. We were able to see Dr. Rodriguez in action, as well as some of our students, and really have a great time in fellowship and really getting to know each other, as well as our community as a whole, and all the great things that are happening over out in SUSD. We also had our SPED Town Hall that same day, so it was a very busy day for us, but there's a lot of great things happening in our district, which is really exciting. As we know, on Wednesday, as my daughter wants me to remind you all, wear orange tomorrow, okay? I know that Madison has their Harvest Fest coming up. School for Adults has their Equity Walk coming up on November 6th. Hoover's Halloween Parade is coming up, and their trunk or treat is on the 30th. PYA's Halloween Parade is on the 31st. I'm going to try to figure it out, how I can make it to all these places. I know that Victory is getting ready for the superintendent's visit coming up on the 4th, as well as beginning ready and is already celebrating Filipino American Heritage Month. I was able to make it out to Commodore's trunk or treat last Friday, where they had the glow in the dark dance party theme, which is really exciting. And they will have their costume parade on Friday at 1:15. And then I will do my best to make it on time to meet Trustee Colon at the young adult program from 2 to 3 that same day. So she's keeping me busy, but we will make it happen. So it's a lot of great things happening, and we're looking forward to hanging out with our students and seeing them in action. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Priest. Vice President Colon?
Okay, good evening, everyone. So just like my colleagues here, there's lots of activities to join, and whether it's us together as a board or we're attending things just representing the district. There's been a lot going on. So of course the State of the District is now a tradition and a highlight. It's really a time where we know that everyone's looking to see what is SUSD doing, what have we done, and it's just a proud moment to see how far we've come. And then also we had our town hall, our special education town hall, where we're learning a lot. But there's also several different activities around the community that were going on. Our parents from the Family Resource Center, so there was a group of families that attended the Filipino Museum on Saturday, and they got to watch a video and tour the museum and really get another look at our history here in Stockton with our Filipino Americans. It was nice to see just the room young and not so young, right? All ages, really taking all of that information in. There was also a Diwali festival at Chavez High School. So just another part of our diverse, beautiful community. I was really proud to see there was a lot of activities, a lot of performances that were just beautiful. And then yesterday, spending time with our PD at the trunk or treat at Weber Point. So again, just seeing so many families. So many little ones, and then, the older teens just coming in and just, getting that extra candy. So why not, right? In a safe environment where they can just be themselves and just have fun with their friends. So all in all, it's been busy, but I think the part that's really stuck out for me these last 2 weeks are the discussions that we've been able to have as a board. And taking the time to really listen to each other and give the space to ask our questions and just run that dialogue back and forth. Something that stuck with me over the weekend that I really do enjoy everyone's perspective. We all come from a different angle, and I am really enjoying when we can talk about anything, right? Questions that I'm thinking about and you're thinking about. I'm always going away like, wow, that's a great question, or that was a great discussion. So we have fun seeing our families, and then I'm having fun talking with you all. So I just really am enjoying the work. Thanks.
There's a lot more work to come up. Yeah, so I'll say ditto to some of the events that the other trustees attended. I attended as well, but I do want to just highlight that this Saturday is our special board meeting to fulfill the vacancy in Area 2. We do have several candidates, so if you would like to know more about those candidates, please come out and hear from them. We will have we will have interviews with them this Saturday, so we're looking to fill that seat as soon as possible. So we've been making our way to do that and look forward to having a new member on the board extremely soon. And I'll pass it over to Trustee Zanair.
Good evening, everyone. So I'll start off with the Cambodian American Curriculum Conference at the Stockton Waterfront Hotel. This was this weekend. It was a 2-day event where the model curriculum is a set of open source lesson plans, primary source documents, and planning resources provided for educators in California. I'm really happy to see that Cesar Chavez Ethnic Studies students and the club did a presentation for folks who were attending. This is a conference co-hosted by the Orange County Office of Ed and San Joaquin County of Ed as well. And so there was many academics, educators, students from all across the state. I got to see many of the ethnic studies teachers and want to give a special shout out to Washington Elementary Principal Sophie Reese for also moderating one of the panels of that day. It was really exciting. It's really cool to see Stockton Unified lead in the ethnic studies work throughout the state. This past week, I was able to attend my first trunk or treat at one of my school sites at Wilson Elementary. I've never done it before. I said, I don't know how to, decorate my trunk, but I figured it out. So it was really fun going to Wilson Elementary, meeting teachers, parents, and students there. I will be doing my second trunk or treat this week at Cleveland Elementary School, so I'm really excited about that. And hopefully I get to also participate in Washington Elementaries this Friday. I want to give a shout out, a thanks to Chief Franco and Superintendent Rodriguez for your commitment to protecting students, staff, and families regarding the district as a safe haven for all, regardless of country of origin and immigration status. So thank you for putting out that statement. And then I do want to give a condolence to the family of Hong Kingston Elementary kindergarten student who passed away. His name is Brian. I'll be posting the donation QR code to my trustee social media page for folks to donate and share. And then lastly, I'll be attending the CTE showcase this Monday. I'm really excited to see that. This will be my first time attending a CTE showcase, and that will be Monday at the San Joaquin County Fairgrounds. And that concludes my trustee activities report. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much, Trustee Denier. We will move on to item 10.3, approval of minutes, September 9th, 2025, regular board meeting. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right, discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Trustee Silva?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 10.4, approval of minutes for October 14th, 2025, regular board meeting. Is there a motion? I'll motion to approve Stevens. Is there a second?
I second.
All right, discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Trustee Silva?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 11.1, Superintendent's Report by Dr. Michelle Rodriguez, Superintendent of Schools.
Yeah, so last week we had the opportunity to do one of our favorite activities to start the week. We go out in one of our vans to see our employees of the month. And so this month we had Catherine Huffaker from Cleveland Elementary. She's a third grade teacher. If you haven't been in our class, you really should do it. It's always quite spectacular every time that we go in there. Then Mr. Omar Stewart, some of us saw him at the Black Student Achievement Town Hall, and so he does really fantastic work as for CWA for Franklin High School, also does a BSU and other things there. And then I don't know if you are aware, but we had some pretty extensive vandalism, not this past weekend, but the one before. We had at Van Buren where we had some students that came in and did quite a bit of damage. And so we went and recognized Robert Mays actually at Van Buren because he brought in a team in the middle of the night and then spent all Sunday to make sure that things were cleaned up so that when staff came back, students came back, they didn't come back to classrooms which had been destroyed. And so just really appreciate all three of them. They're always just a tip of the iceberg. We always fight on who we're going to recognize because we have so many people that we want to recognize. And then just to piggyback on the wearing of orange tomorrow. So it's orange tomorrow and then pink the next day for cancer awareness. And then we always end with a video. So we were fortunate to have almost all of our board at the State of the District, but we know some staff can't make it because they're busy doing their duties. And so here is a short video on the State of the District.
It's the third annual SUSD State of the District. And in her third full year with Stockton Unified, it's my pleasure to bring up Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Michelle Rodriguez. Superintendent of Schools Dr. Michelle Rodriguez presented the State of the District, touting the great accomplishments, including
the highest graduation rate in history. Our literacy rates are almost up 30%. We are the first in the state to be able to offer our students ethnic studies. Our English learners graduation rate is up by 11%.
A reduction in chronic absenteeism.
Really excited about all the progress that we've made these last couple of years. I think the people that were here today, we had so many community members, staff members, parents here, really complements the work that we're doing. It really highlights the good work that we're doing for our students, our community, and our staff.
We want our kids to know that always their dreams are accomplishable and the American dream is for them.
Board President Kenitha Stevens offered words of inspiration.
The American dream is cultivated in Stockton Unified.
SUSD has added many ethnic studies courses and career technical education courses.
I am live right now in a robotics classroom here at Chavez High School in Stockton, California.
We even showed off one of the CTE courses in robotics with a virtual classroom visit.
This classroom right now, you see students working away. They're working on their robots.
Stockton Unified School District State of the District, rising stronger together.
Thank you so much for being here. Remember, we are ready.
And they are growing and they are thriving. Reporting live from the robotics class in Cesar Chavez High School, I'm Melinda Mason for the Stockton Unified School District. Back to you.
It was a really great event. All right, moving on to item 12.1, approval of a special education division to submit the 2024 compliance improvement monitoring for comprehensive coordinated early intervention services action plan in support of the significant disproportionality status of the Stockton Unified School District to the California Department of Education. I would like to call up Mr. Casey Klappenbach, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, to the podium.
It will actually be our Executive Director of Special Education and SELPA, Ms. Stephanie Reeves and her team.
Sounds good. All right, ladies and team.
I was hoping you'd do it. I love that. So good evening, Board of Trustees, President, Madam President, and Superintendent Dr. Rodriguez. I'm Stephanie Reeves. I'm the Executive Director for Special Ed, and I brought my lovely colleagues with me, and I'll let them introduce themselves.
Good evening. My name is Gina Ming. I'm one of the special education administrators for our district.
And good evening. My name is Melissa Doherty, and I'm a special education program specialist overseeing the SELPA.
So I'm going to look this way and maybe that way if I don't have my glasses, so you'll forgive me. So tonight we're here to talk about our compliance improvement monitoring report. You'll hear it referred to as SIM. And basically, we are here, we've been identified by the state. It's a district that has been identified as significantly disproportionate for over-identifying African-American students under the eligibility of other health impair. So what does that mean? So significant disproportionality is when we have identified, or a district has identified a ethnicity or a group of students with a pattern of over 3 consecutive years. And so the state identifies that to the district, and with that said, we are required to provide a very comprehensive report to disrupt that pattern. We don't want to continue to repeat that. So we do a very big deep dive into the root cause and the analysis of that, and we come up with a report that's, again, very comprehensive. The goal is to ensure that all of our kids are treated equitably, and that we want to make sure that they have the best supports in place possible for them to succeed moving forward. This is not a new plan. The states have always been monitored and collected data on that. And again, basically, when the state is monitored for that, you are identified again, or you're notified of how you're doing, kind of like a report card. And we want to make sure that, again, we're paying very close attention to disrupting that pattern of overrepresentation for any student, and specifically, in this case, other health impaired and African American students. So what are some of the contributing factors for that? What we want to do is we want to make sure that we know who our students are always. You've heard people speak about that tonight, the importance of that. So we are aware where students come from, where our families come from, what our demographics are, because that helps us design and make our plan so that we are making that individually unique for all of our students, again, so that they will succeed. That we are, as a district, are paying very close attention to discipline, behavior, access to education, and the platform, that we are providing culturally responsive training and professional development, and that we're practicing that on a very daily basis.
Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, so this slide simply shows us that we are not alone. Stockton Unified is not alone in this significant disproportionality. If you look at that very bottom number, you can see that there's 8 other LEAs that have been identified the same as we have currently for the over-identification of our African American students under the other health impairment. So this is some data. And this just simply shows us that currently, right now, the CDE has again told us that this is what we are significantly disproportionate in that particular category. And what it means currently in our district is that African Americans are 3 times more likely to be identified under that category. So a definition of other health impaired. So I think it's important to really highlight this. OHI, or other health impaired, refers to the limited strength, vitality, or alertness due to a chronic or acute problem. And what's important to remember is that it needs to adversely affect the educational performance, and that it needs to require specialized instruction. So if you look at those bottom 2 dashes at the bottom there, again, the disability must adversely affect the educational performance, and that it's going beyond what can be provided in general education. This is the steps that we are taking as we are preparing this information in the final report. So we have finished step 1. We are almost done with step 2, which is where we are at right now. And step 1, all of the processes that were involved in step 1 will be discussed in a few minutes by Missy.
It's important to note that this is not a special ed plan. This is a general education plan. This is where it starts for all students, and making sure, again, that we are designing and addressing students in general ed first to make sure we're giving them the most support and proper instruction before we ever consider even assessing kids. And so, again, I just want to make sure that we're focusing on that. And we are, again, by focusing on that, we're disrupting that pattern. And that's our hope and our goal. Along with that, this slide just points out that there is a fiscal impact to that. And we reserve 15% of our funds, our federal funds, to address that work. So through the plan that we develop, we will be using that funding to support that work to deliver to students.
So continuing on with how we're doing the extensive work, it's just not the special education little team that is doing it. There's actually 3 different teams that we are collaborating with to get input and feedback. We do have a core SIM team, as we call it. We do meet weekly to make sure that we're moving forward into the right direction. We have leadership team meetings as well as we gather with the SIM team. And then we also have educational partner groups, so outside partners that are also giving us feedback and input into this work. So that way we're looking at all entities, as Stephanie had shared and Gina had shared for step 2, along with how we're determining our root causes and then the action plan moving forward. Is this me still? Okay, so we wanted to give a little bit more detail as far as the work goes. By mandated reporting, we have to do these key step activities. So this was a list of the activities that we did conduct between March of last year and up to July 1, and then a little bit, I just think we've finished the partners last week. But this is just to show an example of the type of activities that we are trying to dive into. Gathering and inquiring is also not only qualitative data, but quantitative data. So we're looking at both portions that's going to help us determine the root cause. And then we have to connect the dots. So what we've done so far is areas of strength. So as we did all these activities, we were trying to connect the dots. What things were aligning together to help us determine those root causes. And some areas of strength that just stood out right off the bat was our MTSS implementation. So our MTSS implementation was really wonderful to see, seeing that we just did our district-wide initiative this year, but we had really started it last year and the years before. So we're just seeing the movement and growing as we're all moving forward with the MTSS. We're seeing discipline overall as being decreased. That was one of those connecting the dots. Our school climate, so we did a real deep dive into the school climate and the safety and the Healthy Kids Survey and trying to really dig deep with all of those portions. And with the school climate, we were able to see that there's more increase, more positive learning environment, talking about inclusivity and opportunity for all students, special education and non-special education related peers. And then of course, I get to say this, I love this. IEP compliance is continuing to rise as far as meeting our timeline and our target, and it's so important that we do meet our annual IEPs in a timely manner. So 96% is very wonderful news, stating that we have IEPs that are in place, implemented, and ready to go with 90% reporting accurately. With that, we do see some opportunities of growth, and that is where the work lives as far as what's the next steps in the action plan. So we did see some opportunities for growth with identification and discipline with students with disabilities, specifically African American students with suspension rates. That has decreased since then. Academic underperformance and high need subgroups, we continue to start to see how we're going to really close that gap. Steph had mentioned before special education is considered as a support service or is considered for assessment, what Gina had said about qualification. Chronic absenteeism is continuing to decrease, so that's wonderful, but we know that we're still making that charge. And then now what we're learning with the MTSS, we've got a Tier 1, Tier 2 that is really working phenomenally well. What are we doing at that Tier 3 level and how we're starting to report that for fidelity? So it's the fidelity pieces with a Tier 3 intervention. Root causes?
So taking all of that information, these are the 4 root causes, preliminary root causes that we identified as a team. So the first one is that disproportionate discipline and attendance patterns. Even though we are seeing strength and movement towards those, we still understand there's still work to be done. Number 2, the inconsistent implementation of the MTS and pre-referral interventions. Number 3, the inconsistent fidelity and limited awareness of cultural responsiveness and implicit bias and behavior and eligibility interpretation leading to inequitable assessment referrals. And then finally, fidelity in identifying students under that category of other health impaired.
I'm just going to go through, these are just slides that we wanted to share with kind of the activities that we've done with our different stakeholder groups. This is a group activity that we did with the Ed Partners group. We call it the Fishbone activity, really looking at in a deep dive into the cause and effect. Why do we believe is causing this? And then how can we produce outcomes? So these are just slides just to share what we did as an activity to get other feedback and to support our work with the root causes.
So again, and then I'm just going to value add that the stakeholders groups, right, were leadership first, and some very rich conversations and kind of presentation. And then the next group was a larger Ed Partners group, right, from a very broad representation across the community and with members of the district. So next steps are, we're taking all of that information, the root causes. We have taken and gathered all of that feedback, and now we have to write the comprehensive plan. And then our next steps are to identify what kind of activities, what kind of work are we going to do and to put into place to address the root causes and start to move that work forward. So again, we can break that pattern. So that's it in a nutshell. We are looking forward to that work. It's not easy, but it's very rich work, very valuable work. And I just want to say thank you to everybody that's either in this room or across the district that has helped us with that, because again, it's not just a special ed plan. And that's it. Any questions?
So can you touch on two things? One, because we had this conversation, and I think it would help the board. So one, what are some of the designations or the items that have us sometimes over-identify in OHI, and why do we think that is that? And then second, before we were disproportionate with African American students and emotionally disturbed. So what happened with that? Because I just want to make sure that we're clear on that piece.
Right. So I'll address the first piece, which is other health impaired. So part of our eligibility is, as a district, again, with our school psychologists as the experts and our teams, that we're looking at that eligibility together. It requires a medical diagnosis, and just having a medical diagnosis alone does not mean that you meet eligibility for special ed. It has to impact your education or your access to your education. I think diabetes is a great example of that. If you're diabetic, you may need to take medicine. It may cause you to miss some school and things like that, or miss instruction. So again, just being diabetic alone doesn't mean that you're going to meet eligibility. It has to impact your instruction. As far as ED and prior, disproportionality, again, that was with African American ethnicity and the over-identification of emotional disturbance, disability is now what they call it, and that was 3 years pattern in a row. When we started to dive into this same kind of work, developing the root causes, getting the feedback from the community, and writing a plan, that's been a plan that's been in place for now, I think we're on our, third year now, so we are overlapping. The good news about that is that we have started the work to address that, and the root causes are very similar from what we're finding right now that were in place as a cause and root causes for ED, if that makes sense. So we know that some of the work that's in place, the MTSS modules, some of the work, the early identification, some of the culturally responsive training, professional development, some of the things and the work around attendance will need to continue, and that's overlapping with our root causes now. Any value add to that? Okay. So we will continue that work and that deep dive.
So are we or are we not still disproportionate with African American students and emotional disturbance?
We broke disproportionality a year and a half ago.
Okay, so that was my point. Yeah, so that through the plan, we have broke that pattern, which we are no longer disproportionate with emotionally disturbed. And then I do think it's important. So when I had this meeting with them, they were talking about the number one disability, and I'm probably going to misuse words because I wanted you to do this, but I'll do it. Disability was ADHD. So the number one factor that children are being diagnosed of OHI is ADHD. And when we looked at the data, it wasn't because we had doctors that were saying children have ADHD, but it was actually staff reported. And so the good part of it is we, through the work that we're doing with CRL and other items, it will help us as we're starting to do higher level curriculum and also more culturally relevant curriculum. Hopefully we will not see some of that over-identification of ADHD as well.
I think it's important for us to be clear that if none of the staff members that you're referring to, right, they're not medical professionals. And in no capacity should any of those staff members be trying to diagnose a student. So we want to make sure we're clear on that point, right? That is not a teacher's responsibility. That is a medical professional's responsibility. And so you did mention implicit bias, but you did not mention deficit thinking of the staff member. How are we addressing that for our African American students to ensure that our African American students are serviced correctly in our classrooms?
So again, I think that a lot of that work needs to be like zeroed in on professional development, cultural awareness, and some of the work that Dr. Shirok Hawley is doing now to address that. Also, universal design for learning with Kevin Schaefer, and so it blends all together to make sure that we're aware of everybody's culture, belonging, who they are, and how we're going to address that. So I don't know, Casey, did you want to value add on anything that's going on in the district that I didn't mention?
Actually, I will add also the consistent in-service and support our administrators are getting with culturally responsive teaching and the brain, and are ready for rigor framework and what should be going on to our classrooms, so we can also empower our students to have self-agency and to be able to be independent learners as well. And this is year 2 in that work.
No.
Going back to the connecting the dots case study plus data drill down plus PPP, what does the PPP stand for?
Policies, procedures, and practices.
Oh,
And those are just examples of how we wanted to connect the dots. Those seem to be the 3 areas that we were able to connect the dots throughout, where we were seeing connections between those activities going, oh, okay, got it. Oh, okay, that matches. Oh, there we go. There's a trend. And that's what was able to really solidify all of those the information on how we determine the root causes.
So you talked about one of the issues is discipline policies and practices. What does that look like, and what are you referring to?
When we're referencing some of the discipline or just behavior, that behavior alone is not always meaning a student has a suspected disability. The work and the focus is what are we doing as a district at the early intervention stages, care team, tier 1. What are we doing when students have a challenge that might be disrupting their learning? What are we doing to stop and consider their home life and things of that nature? What kind of supports do we have in the district already? Counseling, mental health clinicians, BCBAs. What are those things that we have in place that we can employ and take data on to have those rich discussions at the table and purposeful discussions about next steps?
But if it's the policy, then what are the specific policies that we're looking at? What's the policies and practices? Because I'm trying to understand like the checks and balances. So if these things are happening, how do we stop them from happening to African American students?
So it's the MTSS and the focus on the modules and the professional development that we're having right now. The awareness and monitoring of African American students. How many times are they getting suspended? Are we working with Dr. Murphy and CWA and collaborating around some of that data so that we continually track that data and then make sure that we have those conversations cross-district collaboratively to help disrupt some of those things, if that makes sense.
Because it doesn't seem like it's the kids, it seems like it's the adults, right? Because we're having the same type of issues, just in a different way. And then it also makes me wonder, like, what would the funding look like if we did not over-assign these kids to a space that they shouldn't be? And when I look at the report, it shows that the MTSS plans and the PBIS plans are not, they're not implemented with fidelity to actually support the kids. And then it's like they're given them these diagnoses or SPED services, but there's no specificity that says this kid has this type of issue going on, that we're just putting kids in a place and then not giving them the resources to do good.
Right. And I want to make sure that we recognize that this is a journey, right? It's not going to correct itself overnight. Do all staff know how to intervene right away? No. We want to continue our professional development and that support to our staff as well as our kids, so that they know how to support kids. So we're modeling, coaching, and providing that training for them. It's really important. You're bringing up a really good point, and I acknowledge that and respect it. We have work to do. We know there's growth that needs to be made there.
And so if I can just add into, so like Stephanie said, it is a journey. So each year, because of the work with Dina Kobayashi, right, leading PBIS, that is a tier 1. So they are doing champs with all of our new teachers. She's walking campuses and supporting all administrators to be making sure we're following their PBIS expectations. I know because I was just at a site and the administrator was telling me how she gave them feedback and next steps to empower that tier 1 piece. And so each year we have more sites that are actually getting acknowledged for that level, right? We filled the space before. We barely had any a couple of years ago. So we're getting better at that tier 1 piece. And then as Stephanie was talking about our MTSS module, so before we had inconsistent practices with discipline data, which we know, right? And so now with our MTSS module, it actually tells the sites, they actually have consistent data that can tell them where those behaviors are happening, whose classrooms, which grade levels, where in their campus, so they can have responsiveness as a school site. We can also do that as a district. So this year, that because it took a while to build it out and to pilot it and to work with our teachers, this year all of our school sites are implementing, that's how they're entering their data, so they're able to leverage that module. And then before, so we've had this a great interdepartmental team working also on reimagining our care process, because at times students were getting sent to the SST process, and then before the correct or appropriate interventions were being put in place in the classroom, or even before that. And so part of our new MTSS plan that we're working with sites are the sites and their site teams on this year will be helping them set those goals, monitoring rate of improvement with the intervention to make sure it's actually being done in the classroom often. Sometimes it's out with the intervention teacher, but already putting in those plans in place so we can stop it early on. So having an adopted, I'm going to use an example like SIPS, actually having a program that teaches reading will also help us, as well as we're tracking that data. We're able to put those plans in place and monitor them as a team. So we did do 2 massive trainings. We split our district in half and had them come as teams. So every single school brought their team that sits on their care team, and we did the MTSS launch. So everybody's hearing it from that team at the same place, right? So psychologists are with mental health clinicians or speech and language pathologists. And so it is that team approach too, as we're working together at really monitoring our students' needs. But it is a total revamp.
I wanted to piggyback off of what you said, Kanitha. I'm hearing about what we haven't done, but I think what the point you were trying to get at is on the adult side, when we talk about compliance and all these things, at the end of the day, who is accountable?
So one comment just kind of like value adding a little bit is when we're recognizing this work that needs to be done, that is being done, and then room for growth, is when we have come together as the big, huge team, it takes a village, right? It's not just a specific role that is responsible for the child, right? It's not just the school psychologist that needs to take that student forward to an SST. It's not just the counselor, right? Anybody and everybody needs to take an equal role in identifying that there might be a need and then moving it forward. So in regard to answering your question about who's accountable, we have to support each other. We need the leadership, the principals to be behind us. We need the teachers to accept that they have roles, not just teachers, but our counselors, our related service providers, our speech. There's roles for everybody on this team. It's not just a one-person job, if that makes sense. So I think accountability means we're all accountable for the student, but we need the support, and I think we have it from all of you in leadership, and certainly Ed Services and Student Services. I think we're making progress, that it's a positive trend. It's very hopeful.
And then with our current community schools, are there currently, are we working on designing plans for any of our intervention programs? I hear a lot about pulling out, but there is a great, there's a lot of positive data on pushing in for intervention plans. Are we working on that with our current community schools and our school sites?
Do you want to answer?
I would love to answer this. So I'm not going to speak for the community schools grant pieces, right? Because that's the site's responsibility.
It's
But-
two questions, right? So it's like, are we currently working on something with intervention with community schools? And then on the opposite side, are we working on a possibility of working on push-in services versus pull-out services only?
So I'll answer the second one first then. All right, so the intervention teachers that we have, we are working on something called distributed practices with them. So the first line of defense is actually going into the classroom also as a model and training them to, maybe they're just going into first grade for a few students to give them maybe 15 minutes of intense support, like a distributed practice with not oral blend, but with word blending, right? CVC words or wherever they are with their SIPs. So they're still getting their tier 1, right? They're getting their differentiated instruction, and then the intervention teacher or that support would come in and do inside the classroom. So that is our preference, right? And that's our training model and then as we are adding more frequency or intensity, that time may come up depending on the need of the student, but we actually want the services to be happening within the classroom because we know the further away our students get from their general education setting, right, the less likelihood that they're able to make those gains and catch up. So we want to do that. And then as we need to, as intensity happens or frequency, we may need to go to the outside the classroom model, right, of support, but we're trying to do as much in the classroom as possible. Okay?
Trustee Colon?
You want to?
Here I am. So some questions you had about the community schools. So we did have a steering committee meeting yesterday, and some of what we're doing right now is showcasing a lot of what the schools are doing on their sites because that's something that not everybody gets to hear about. And so we do have a lot of great things happening on the school sites. I know besides what they're providing for students, I have a couple sites that are bringing in a parent project, so a parent component for workshops. So we have quite a few sites doing that. They're bringing in different folks to help generate the work and bring in the community to the sites. We're also planning a big fair come spring so that some of these schools can actually highlight some of the things they're doing for our students and our parents as well. You're very welcome. Any other questions?
One last from Trustee Colon.
Okay, thank you for all the information so far, and some of the questions I had, I'm already getting the answers. So what I have left here is in regarding to the MTSS model. So we did, the board received, and was a few months back, it might have been last year, by the end of last year, we got a booklet on every school counseling services. It was like one whole booklet, and it did show tier 1, tier 2. So could that be something that we go back and when we're looking at like interventions and referrals, and you're talking about tier 1, tier 2, that could be a book we look at as an example?
Yes, so we do have that in place, and it's electronic MTSS notebook that lays out all the tiers. It lays out all the roles, who's responsible for what, and kind of that visual diagram about what do you do when, if a student has an IEP, what do you do then, what path to take. That's in existence.
And that's online, you said?
Yes, we have hard copies that we gave the sites, and it's an online internal document that the sites use. That is what we are working on implementing throughout the whole district, right? And Erica Perez, who is our new coordinator of MTSS, that is one of her key roles, is to make sure that the sites, and they are getting a lot of support. So she's hosting a lot of sessions for them to come out and get that support with their teams and the implementation. But again, it does take time, right? We talk about accountability. We want to give them the sites the support so they're able to, because it is a change. It is a change for them to be able to put in that data and to work, like Stephanie said, collaboratively and know their roles and work together. And so that's what we're going to be supporting. And it will take more than this year. It will take more than next year, and it will take the following year. We will continue to have to monitor it, right? So it's not a one and done. It's just like SIPs, like it goes to the next layer of need for the sites, and we're going to be here to provide it for them.
And then last, going along that lines, would this be something that parents can see in Parent View? Because there is a section that says MTSS. Eventually, will I, like as a parent, I can look to see what supports my child got in Parent View?
So that would be something that we could probably look into. It just depends, certain things we can probably share. So you're actually talking about what their child is receiving, the level of supports on Parent View?
Well, right now in Parent View, there is a section that says MTSS, but it's blank right now. So, I mean, I don't know. I see Mr. Palesy walking up. What should be there? Maybe this is something, I don't know. But that's my last question. Thank you.
Currently, it's not enabled, but yes, once the system gets going, we could definitely have that available as a feature.
All right, thank you all so much. Okay, we still need a motion to accept the SIM plan. Is there a motion?
Motion to accept.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right, no further discussion? Roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Trustee Silva?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 12.2, adoption of the new career technical education courses for the Stockton Unified School District High Schools for the 26-27 school year. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve?
Is there a second?
I second.
Discussion? Roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Trustee Silva?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 12.3, adoption of revising and updating existing career technical education courses offered at the Stockton Unified School District for the 26-27 school year. Is there a motion?
I motion to approve.
Is there a second?
A second?
Second by Trustee Priest. Any discussion? Roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Trustee Silva?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 12.4, approval of an overnight field trip for 12 students and chaperones from the Cesar Chavez High School Jazz Band to perform at a music festival in Chalmette, Louisiana on April 9th through the 13th, 2026. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
A second?
Discussion? Roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Trustee Silva?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, item 13.1, approval of the new Health Services Billing Coordinator job description, classified management salary schedule tier 5, range 3. Is there a motion?
I motion to approve.
Second? I'll second Stevens. Any discussion?
I do have a quick question. So my question on this one, I was just curious if we are keeping the billing company that we currently have, and this position is in addition? I don't know who to look to.
Is that Mr. Davis? Is that Roland? No. Chris? Oh, Susanna, sorry.
Okay.
So we are still working with leaders? Is this a coordinator for, under health services? Yes. Okay, so we're still going to be working with the same provider. This is an additional person that will help and support all of the new requirements to get reimbursed through the program. So currently, we have an opportunity to leverage and maximize the employees that we can get reimbursed for. And so this individual will be working solely on ensuring that those folks are submitting their random moment in time, which is an email that just confirms the work that they're doing is billable. And that if they haven't done so, that we are following up with those folks, because these programs can be very not profitable, but they definitely bring in substantial funding for the district based on the work that these individuals do. In the millions.
All right, any other discussion?
So I just wanted to be clear, we want to hire someone to do this while still paying somebody else to do the billing for us.
So leaders, so one of the requirements is that we do have to contract with a registered company. We've done, the Leaders is our second company that we've done work with, just because they are giving us better rates. So we do have to have somebody that is able to process the billing for us through the government program, but internally we do need to make sure that folks are getting the training, that if they are getting the emails, that they're submitting what they need to, that we have everybody that can potentially get us some reimbursements through this funding source, that they understand the program. There's quite a bit of transactional work that happens in the back end. Right now, we do have our Director of Health Services that is doing that work by herself. We did have an administrator that has since been omitted from the FTE in that department, and so we're hoping to get this coordinator to help her out in making sure that we get as much funding as possible.
I just want to thank you for the clarification. So my full-time job, I'm familiar with billing, and that's kind of why I'm asking this question. But I do understand the importance of having someone that is dedicated and specialized in Medi-Cal billing processes. It's almost, just to break it down really simply, it's almost like we have these mini clinics, right? And we want to make sure that we are billing accurately.
Correct.
So that we can be reimbursed for the services that are being provided. So that's the, the other little thing I wanted to say is that this is just another side of healthcare. And actually, when I saw the position, I thought it'd be kind of interesting if at some point this could be a sit-down or an internship opportunity, because healthcare is such a vast industry. Not everybody wants to touch a patient, but that billing is so important. Coding is so important.
Yes.
Getting the data is so important. That billing is actually a step into the administration side of healthcare. So thank you for the clarification.
Welcome.
All right, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Trustee Silva?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 13.2, approval of updated salary schedules for CSC 885 and POA Police Officers Association. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve?
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion? Roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Trustee Silva?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 13.3, approval of the new ECE Family Support Worker job description classification, classified position CSC 821, salary schedule range 36. Is there a motion? I'll make the motion to approve. Is there a second?
I second.
Discussion? Roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Trustee Silva?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 13.4, approval of the new ECE Family Support Specialist job description, classified position, CSEA 821, salary schedule range 55. Is there a motion? Make the motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right, discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Trustee Silva?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 14.1, adoption of resolution number 25-29, approval of the lease-leaseback contract with S+B James Construction California, Inc. for the Arthur Coleman Building, second floor tenant improvement project. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Trustee Silva?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 14.2, approval of the unused contingency allowance funds for Cesar Chavez High School swimming pool project, bid number 24.040. Is there a motion?
Make the motion to approve,
Is there a second? I'll second Stevens. Any discussion?
if you don't mind. Just wanted to ask if there was any word about, or any information you can share about this refund, because it's a significant amount, just to highlight how we were able to recoup that.
Sure. Good evening, everybody. I'm right here. Oh, sorry. Oh, that's okay. I got forewarned. No. So when this project started in 2008, from the very beginning. So it's been a long time in the planning process. So when we finally, my department, myself being new to the department, and we got it bid out, the guaranteed maximum price came in at $14 million. Part of that was five allowances, and you also get a 2% contingency for the contractor and a 10% owner contingency. So that 10% owner contingency is our discretion. So they can't spend it, and we oversee it, and they can ask, can they spend it on this, and we either say yes or no. Is it needed? One of the other parts on a guaranteed maximum price in a lease-leaseback project is you can value engineer. So you can go through what all of the list of things that the contractor has put together on the bid and look at it and say, well, do we really need this and do we really need that? One of a big part of it was there was supposed to be in palm trees with cement planters. So we took that part out of the project. So that was about 300 and something thousand right there. So, and the allowances, we didn't use any of the allowances. So they were there just in case. So that's why we get $1.9 million back, because we didn't spend all of the contingency, all of the allowances. So I'm pretty excited about that.
Good job. All right, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Also, off subject, but if anybody wants to come over to the facilities and planning department, we have quite a Halloween setup there. It's very fantastic. It's a haunted house, and we have some very talented individuals in our department. So I invite anyone to come over this week.
All right, sounds good. We might
Thank
take
you.
you up on the offer. Thank you. All right, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Trustee Silva?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 14.3, approval of the notice of completion of the Cesar Chavez High School swimming pool project, bid number 24.040. Is there a motion?
I make the motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any discussion? Roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Trustee Silva?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 14.4, approval of the proposal with HMC Architects for Architectural Services for the replacement of hard courts and play field at Washington Elementary School. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion? Roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Trustee Silva?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, item number 15.4, C-3. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
A second.
Roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Trustee Silva?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 15.5, C-5. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I second.
Roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Trustee Silva?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 15.6, CC-3. Is there a motion?
I make the motion to approve.
I'll second. Stevens? Roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Trustee Silva?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 15.7, CC-4. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
I'll second. Stevens? Roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Trustee Silva?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Point 1, I would like to adjourn the board meeting at 8:24.